Well, hey there. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you're watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Ultrakill original soundtrack. I've never heard this music before in my life. I also have not had the pleasure of playing Ultrakill yet. Some of the games I do end up playing, like Ace Combat 7 and Outer Wilds. Now, that being said, everything I do say, talk about, teach, break down, play on this here guitar, or sing out of this here mouth is going to be off the top of my head in the moment with no prior preparation, knowledge, or understanding of what's about to come my way. So come with me as we go on this interesting, fantastic, wonderful journey of discovering the Ultrakill original soundtrack together. Here we go, and let's go rocking and rolling with The Fire Is Gone for piano, saxophone, and trumpet, which is really interesting because a lot of times when people name songs like this, like you think it's gonna be like a classical piece of music, but judging by the album artwork, I have a feeling we're in for an interesting ride. That being said, let's go ahead and rock this roll. Welcome, chat. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. Let's do this thing. All right, so I want to double check one thing to make sure I'm not crazy before I break this down. All right, okay. So, really interesting piece of music. I'm going to tell you all about the chords that were used to underpin this entire piece of music. Now, what chords are is they're groups of notes. What are notes? Notes are sounds. Sounds like this, and this, and this, and this. All those are notes. Now, what happens when we play two or more notes at the same time, we get what is called a chord. That right there, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 different notes all at the same time. And so we're actually going to be talking about the chords here. So it sounded something like this. Sorry. There we go. And so what's interesting is these are all different F chords, which means the lowest note in all of these is an F. Now, the lowest note doesn't always have to be the name of the chord, but basically speaking, yeah, we're going to think about it that way. So we have an F major chord. Now, what does major mean? Major means the quality of the sound. So this sounds different than this. Well, there we go. So this sounds different than this. They're two different qualities of sound, and we actually have different names in music for naming these qualities of sound. So this right here, this is a major. This right here, this is augmented. Then we come back to major, and then we go to flat 5, or indeed sharp 4. Now, flat 5 or sharp 4. Flat 5 and sharp 4, it's the two different ways of saying the same exact sound. This sound right here, we call this flat 5 or sharp 4 in relation to the F. And that's sort of like you could say my name is Dan, or Danny, or Daniel. It's all different names that sound different, but for the same person. Same sound. So, F, F augmented, F, F major, flat 5. Very interesting, going round and round, and indeed in a time signature of 3/4. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Very cool. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with the next one, which is called Into the Fire, and the flames would carry on. Sorry, just Into the Fire. I had wrong preposition, but who's counting? This doesn't sound threatening at all. James Bond, all right. Okay, meter change. Okay, well, a wild piece of music. Thankfully, I was actually able to follow along and play along as we went through there. Now, some really fascinating, kind of wild things. I'm already loving the direction here because there's an element of, and perhaps this shows up in the gameplay too, I don't know, but in the music so far, there's an element of following convention and then taking convention, balling it up like a sheet of newspaper, lighting it on fire, and just throwing it out of a window into a black hole of nothingness. And it's like the coolest ideas. It's like just the way the guitar part was structured, it was like you could see every once in a while I'd start playing along because I thought I knew the pattern of what had happened before, and I was going to be able to extrapolate and predict the pattern of what was going to happen next. And it was like, yeah, no. We'll bring back some of the things, some of the areas, some of the time. But no, I mean, like... Well, then, I'm not even sure what they did there. Some kind of... I don't know how they made that sound there. So some sound at the end there. But even that riff right there, by itself, like... There's such an impetus in music to always go find something new by being more complex, rather than finding something new by being less complex. And I think what's really beautiful and wonderful here so far, at least in this first song, is we're hearing the creator of the soundtrack find new ground, not by being more complex, but actually by being less complex, and using that as a filter to find new and different ways of doing things, which is so cool. All right, let's keep this thing going with Unstoppable Force. Okay, so actually the guitar riff from the last song is here. Okay, so a couple of really cool things here. Again, new ground via the root of simplicity. But even here, like this riff. Like doing that slide before the second attack. Slide, attack. Here, I'm gonna scooch over a little bit so you guys see what my right hand's doing. So look, it's like, so every time my right hand moves down and hits the strings, we're gonna call that an attack. Oh, so cool. Love it. Love it. So cool. Okay, now what's also really cool is that we can actually hear ideas being brought from the previous piece into this one as well. So we heard some ideas of Into the Fire that actually showed up in Unstoppable Force. And in fact, if we let Into the Fire play through into Unstoppable Force, it should actually transition relatively well. Let's do that right now. We're going to play just the very end of Into the Fire. Right, so Into the Fire ends with. Sorry, let me get the exact rhythm. I don't want to paraphrase it. I want to get it exactly. Right, so it's. We can hear that same idea actually start off Unstoppable Force a little bit faster, but still the same idea. Yeah, exactly. So it's like the same idea. Yeah, a lot of tracks transition to others a lot. Says Gracchus 105. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. I'm loving this so far. Let's keep this exploration journey going with Cerberus. Okay, So I'm going to break down. I'm just going to start talking about this one. We'll see if we find our way to something coherent. Well, I have a couple coherent ideas. We'll see if we can tie it together. So the first idea is we're underpinned by an E power chord. What is a power chord, you may ask? Well, a power chord is two particular notes together, sometimes three, that work like this. So in music, we like to assign letters to numbers, and numbers, well, we assign numbers to letters to help us understand the order of the letters. So, for example, in music, we have what is called the musical alphabet. That goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now, if we get to G, we don't go to H, we go straight back to A. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, round and round we go. You just go backwards. G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. Now, what's pretty cool about this is we're going to start on E. E is going to be 1, which means F's 2, G's 3, A's 4, B's 5, C's 6, D is 7. And then when we get back to E, we're back to 1. So we can take E, F, G, A, B. We're going to play E and B together at the same time. So 1 and 5. Down here, this is a power chord, 1 and 5. So E is 1, B is 5. Together, as a chord, remember, chord is two notes put together. We have a power chord. So that's power chord of E5. And this underpins everything. So this is going to be the root. This is going to be the foundation. This is going to be the basement of everything we're going to hear. Why? Because the lowest note you always hear is going to define all the notes above it. That's why they say the bass player is actually the most powerful instrument in the band, because the guitar player can play whatever they want, but the bass player is actually going to frame and give context to whatever the guitar player does through their lower notes. So the lowest note always gives context to the higher notes. So all the higher notes I'm about to talk about are from the context of an E5, or with E being 1. So with E being 1, then we have this second riff, which is like sorry, there we go. Okay, which is pretty wild. So, though that might sound incredibly dissonant, it's actually outlining an E minor triad. So, if E is 1, G is 3, B is 5. If we play E, G, and B together, we'll actually get rather a pleasant sound. This E minor sound right here. Now the quality of the chord is minor, like we talked before, major, augmented, and flat 5. Minor is another quality of chord, or another name we give to a particular type of sound. So while those notes are actually outlining something relatively pleasing to the ear, the way in which they're outlining it is not very pleasant to the ear, and definitely is, well, dissonant, which creates a feeling of either horror or anticipation or something bad happening. Dissonance in music is usually something bad happening. It's how we represent bad things happening in music. A lot of the time, most of the time. 80-20, Pareto is alive and well, and indeed we have, well, not literally, but like a Pareto distribution. It means 80% of the time something's true, 20% it's not. And we find 80-20 flipped around in all sorts of things. So we could say 95% of the time, whenever we have dissonance, it really means something bad is happening in the music. Now, there's one more part that was going on in this, which was very interesting, and that is this. Now, what's really cool about this is it's alternating between two notes called G and G sharp. Now, the reason why this is really cool is because it's outlining the change between an E minor and an E major. It's outlining the change between two different qualities of chord. Now, the E5 itself doesn't actually give us information past 1 and 5. And 3 is a very important note because 3 actually is a very high leverage note in a chord that will change the sound on a very fundamental level. So, for example, let's go back to this E minor, which was E, G, B. Rather a sad sound, maybe melancholy, maybe pensive. Whatever adjective you use is fine. There's no right adjective to use for the sound, but pick an adjective that describes the sound for you. I would say, sad. Then what we can do is we can actually change one note. So just like we did up here from the G to G sharp in the music, we're going to change the G to a G sharp. Oh, all of a sudden this E chord actually sounds very pleasant and actually sounds happy. Looking forward to the future. Having a nice day. This quality of chord, this is an E major quality of chord. And so this G to G sharp going back and forth, and to make it sound a little more like it was in the recording, I'll put some effects on it. That's actually outlining a change between sort of that sadder chord and the happy chord. Even though all notes are not present, that note changing back and forth does that. And so the composer is likely, and I say likely because I've done quite a few video game soundtrack analyses at this point, and a lot of the time when we have something like this show up, it's actually going to be relating something to the story. I could be wrong, but 80-20 I'm right, is that the composer's outlining either a theme of duplicity, of mystery, or indeed of some uncertainty that you are feeling as the character you are playing in this moment, or there's some uncertainty in a situation, or a some sort of split in a road, some sort of split decision, or some type of some type of decision that's going to need to be made. So there you go. That's my call on it, chat. I'd love to hear from you how accurate I was on that analysis right there, and we'll keep rocking and rolling. Let's check how accurate I was in terms of the call of it representing some sort of, and I know I said like 10 things. That's not me hedging my bets. Those are 10 things we've seen, the difference between major and minor to mean when it's called a parallel major to minor, which means E stays the lowest note, and then we'll transition between an E minor to an E major, E minor, E major. Everything I listed has been consistent so far in the video game OSTs we've watched on this channel for that meaning. So chat, I'd love to hear from you guys if that major to minor actually does represent something in the story or not. Let's keep this rocking with 1,000 greetings. Ooh. Ooh, pretty. Ah, that was beautiful. So, I want to do two things. Number one, I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. It sounds like we got a nice transition to the next one. I want to tell you a little bit about that. I actually want to play some guitar over that. Go back and play. I need 1 bit. Someone share 1 bit, and I'm going to go back and play guitar on that. Now, to talk about this, there's some really interesting things like the... So there's ideas there. So there's an underpinning or a drone. Now, a drone in music is not like a drone that you fly around with a remote control. No, indeed, a drone is a sustained note. So it's a C drone with some other notes, sure, but essentially C underpinning the entire piece of music here. And then there was just this idea, one or two other ideas that were played over and over again. So let's actually understand this idea. So we have 1, 4, 5, 6. So it's C, F, G, A. So C, D, E, F, G, A, B. So C's 1. So we have 1, 4, 5, 6. I wonder if 1, 4, 5, 6 has anything to do with the game, if there's anything going on. Oh, we got one cheer here. We're going to do this thing. We're going to go back to 1,000 Greetings. I actually want to play some guitar on this. This was a beautiful, beautiful track. And then we'll check out Shattered Illusion. That was fun. All right. Oh, guys, hang on. I'm onto something. I'm onto something here. Bear with me. I don't do more playing today. Groove with me here. Oh! All right! I just have to get that off my chest. All right. Okay. Complete and utter destruction of the senses. Let's check it out. By the way, type a 1 in the chat. If you're on YouTube too, type a 1. If you're watching the premiere after the live on YouTube, type a 1 if you enjoy it when I take the time to actually play guitar on these things, when I'm feeling so inspired. Type a 2 if like you just prefer the analysis and less guitar playing. But type of 1, if you're enjoying it, that as a break from the analysis, sometimes I just like get after it on the instrument. And don't be shy. If it's a 2, it's a 2. I won't take it personally. All right, let's keep this thing going. All right, complete and utter destruction of the senses. Let's check it out. Oh, this is so uncomfortable. Oh, why? Dislike. Okay, while that was not in any way, shape, or form enjoyable for me, I would just like to recognize the artistry and the talent and skill and effort that went into creating such a dissonant and aurally, A-U-R-A-L-Y, aurally painful piece of music. Because it's not evident to make a song that is that dissonant. So, respect. And I will probably never listen to that again in my life. But, respect. I now know that's a thing that can happen. And I am very grateful to know that is a thing that can happen. Let's check out Sanctuary in the Garden of the Mind. What movie is that from? Is that Top Gun? Hey guys, real quick, I think we may have just found a connection. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this from Top Gun? Is that one of the motifs from Top Gun? It's that or it's some other movie. I think it's Top Gun. Anyone got, can anyone fact check me on that? Anyway, that's one note difference. Anywho, so what's really interesting about this piece that we just heard, while ambient, it does sound familiar, doesn't it, J2 Juiced? One of the interesting things is that this is actually also in the key of C, so we could actually overlay Sanctuary in the Garden of the Mind and 1,000 Greetings, and they would actually sit relatively well together. They're in the same key, which is interesting because a lot of the heavy tracks so far have been in the key of E minor. And now having a track in C major again, it's almost like there's two worlds, two distinct places, perhaps biomes or situations, or maybe it's just fighting versus not fighting. And we're back. Thank you very much for your patience. And also, thank you also very much for your support of this channel, because it's your support of this channel that allows me to get super, super quiet fans to keep me cool while I deliver you content. So thank you. Let's get to saying rocking and rolling. Asbestos says a lady here in Texas baked a loaf of bread in her mailbox simply using heat. I believe it. Okay, let's get back to it with Castlevania. Castlevania, maybe. Let's see. Castlevania. It's Castlevania. It's just called Castlevania. Sounds an awful lot like Castlevania in terms of the inspiration of the harpsichord, also bringing in the rock, which is really cool. A couple things I'd love to point out about this are, number one, the way the main, well, not the main, but the way the guitar part works in this. And I know I'm talking a lot about guitar part today, but there's actual guitar parts here. And I'm a guitar nerd through and through. And while I treat all instruments equally, and I'm an equal opportunity instrument music teacher, I just want to talk about some of the guitar today. So, what's really interesting about this is a lot of times people will stop right there. And I'm going to show you why. So a lot of times it's going to be the first 4 notes. Because it's... Right, so that's 2 different genres, 2 different styles of music, where you can hear that same idea of the first 4 notes. But no, the composer keeps going. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then keeps going down. 5, 6, 7, 8. That right there, really interesting, fascinating stuff. The second thing I'd love to point out is, and hang on a second, I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. Ah, yes, it was a... Right, at the end, going... B flat is basically going to be 1, so we're going 1, 2, flat 3, 7, not flat 7, but 7. A very interesting piece of music, inspired by classical music, a little bit. I'm not a classical music expert. I focus on modern music, so I won't be able to talk too much about that. Let's see what I have to say about the next one, which is Debussy, Clair de Lune. We'll see if it is note for note. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Beautiful. I only have in my mental jukebox about the first 30 seconds of this piece to say, yeah, it was definitely all Debussy, but seems to me the whole thing might have been Debussy, but I don't know. Beautiful piano piece. Obviously, Debussy, Claude Debussy, famous French composer, incredible composer. Love his stuff. A+, thumbs up. Now, with that being said, let's go check out Versos for some original content from this here soundtrack. All right, so I love it. So one really cool thing here is I want to point out two ideas. One is the, which actually brought up a whole bunch of times now. This actually implies a Phrygian sound. Phrygian is where we still go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but 2, 6, and 7 are a little bit lower than they would be normally for what we compare as our standard. And not the standards embittered, but just standards, and we need somewhere to start. And the place we start is the major scale. So comparing this to the major scale, so 1, 3, 6, and 7 are all going to be a little bit lower. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very cool. So here we have 1 and 5. Here we have 3 and 7. Here we have 2 and 6. And it's flat 2, flat 6, flat 3, flat 7. Back to 1. The next was the which is really interesting because I thought for sure they were going to go James Bond. But no, it was 5. Back to 1, so it's 1, 5. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 5, 1, 1, 5, 6, 6, 7, 1, 1, 7, 1, 1, 7, 1, 6, 1, 1, 6, 1, 1, 6, 1, 5, 1, 1, 5, 1, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 1, 6, 1, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 1, 7, 1, 1, 7, 6, 1, 1, 6, 1, 1, 6, 1. Very interesting patterns, and all, again, in the key of E minor. And so we've heard so far all of these heavier rock tracks, the lowest note and the foundational fundamental note, what we're starting on as 1, has been E. That has been a consistent pattern so far throughout this soundtrack. And then for the ones that are more atmospheric, the lowest note was C. Let's check out Cold Winds and see what's going on there. Oh, come on, beat. Oh, let's go. Oh, heck yes. Come on now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, maybe? Oh, a change. I was hoping it was going to drop. Straight into it. Straight into it. Okay, so some really interesting things, especially coming out of Cold Winds. So Cold Winds was, again, in that E minor area, and then Requiem, G minor area. So what's really cool about Requiem is it's the first of its kind on this OST. If I'm not mistaken, I could be. We've been live for about, let's see, an hour and 15 minutes now, and I forgot to have my electrolyte drink this morning, so my brain's getting a little fuzzy. But we may have had this before. I'm not entirely sure. But regardless, first time we're into a G area here. Now, a couple really interesting things. I don't know if you know this, but a Requiem is actually either a piece of music or a mass, or multiple pieces of music that are performed when someone passes away. It's the sort of musical recognition of someone's life. So interesting that we have a Requiem here. Also interesting that transition straight out of Cold Winds into Requiem. Requiem also really interesting. There was some things with the time signature that was throwing me a little bit. It felt like a little off kilter. I wonder if there's a boss you're fighting in Requiem where there's an interesting timing thing. Or chat, let me know. Is there something to do with timing in Requiem? Also, Bro Original says, remember this song for later. It's important. I will do my very best. I will do my utmost. Utmost. Remember, chat, let me know. I'd love to hear from you. By the way, if you're lurking and you haven't said anything, please feel free to say hi to everyone. Everyone here is nice. And if they're not nice, then they're not here. So you can go ahead and say hi to anyone if you're lurking and you're worried about people being nice to you. People are nice here. You're more than welcome to chat and say hi. No boss in Requiem level. Okay. There's something to do with timing that is different in Requiem level. And while we get that, let's check out Panic Betrayer. Three fives, 1 6. So hot. All right, this was insane. So much energy, so much dynamics coming with. Also back in E. Now, what's interesting too, I don't know if any of you have listened to the band Muse, M-U-S-E, Muse. This reminds me of a lot. Which I think is a Muse riff. Perhaps I'm paraphrasing. Regardless, a really cool, beautiful piece of music. I love the time signature. There's a lot of 5 in there. There's also 4. Then we also had groups of 5 mixed with 6. You might be saying, Dan, why on earth are you saying all these numbers, and what do you mean by time signature? What I mean is that the way the pulses of the music are divided. Now, you might be saying, well, Dan, what on earth is a pulse? Well, a pulse is how you would nod your head to the music. So, for example, I just dropped myself in the middle of something. I don't have to figure out where I am. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, maybe there. So it's like, you see how there's, when I'm counting it, it's lining up with the cycle of music. Type of 1, if you can hear how when I'm counting along with the music and when I'm doing it right, that it actually lines up. You can feel the pattern of the music is agreeing with the count of me returning to 1. Type of 1 in the chat. Yeah, all right, sweet. And so this is called time signatures, and this is why we talk about time signatures. We're talking about the rhythm of the music. So it doesn't even matter what notes are being played. We're talking about the duration of the cycles of the music, the pattern as it comes back around. And because our brains are so good at picking up patterns, even if we don't play music, you can actually pick up the patterns and track what's going on and see everything that's happening and understand that when I'm telling you we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you're hearing the music agree with those patterns. That's what I'm talking about for time signature. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to pulses. Let's rock and roll. Thank you all very much for your patience. Let's rock this roll and get to it all. The Return of the Space Cowboy. E.T. phone home. Okay. Let's do this thing. Okay, let's pick up where we left off, which was with In the Presence of a King. Oh boy. Okay, so some really interesting things. So essentially, the chords implied to my ear ended up being an A minor to a G, which is the the relative minor to C major that we've heard before. This was also detuned from A440. So my guitar was actually not in tune with the music here. Tuning was changed. So an incredible build throughout an entire 4 minutes and 12 seconds of entire piece, building up to this crescendo. There's a very interesting moment in this where the volume jumped significantly. Yeah, right here. Right there. Which is wild. It sounds to me, I mean, like, I don't know. That's crazy. I'd love to know what happens in the game right at that change of volume, what that change of volume signifies, either like someone's far away and then they teleport close or something like that. Oh. Wild. Wild stuff. And the whole thing builds. And then the drums come in. The whole thing is sick. Oh, it's someone teleports, someone's far away, and then all of a sudden they're really close. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's really cool. Let's check out Guts. So that was essentially we could say A minor. So now we can start to see that the keys within the OST are starting to diversify. So before it was like E minor or C major. Now we've seen G minor and also A minor. Now I'd be interested to know if In the Presence of the King takes place in the same area as Sanctuary of the Garden Mind and 1,000 Greetings, because that would be very interesting to have that parallel minor relationship where it could be either this boss has corrupted this area or is in fact the negative aspect of this area, bringing from major to minor. It's not? Okay, cool. All right, let's rock and roll with Guts. That was my guitar for a second. I was tripping out. Oh, these are the same chords we just heard. Well, let's go ahead. I want to listen to that transition from guts to glory. What's the expression for guts and glory, or have the guts to get the glory? Does anyone know what the expression is? Guts and glory. Let's listen to this transition out of guts into glory. No guts, no glory. Okay, so what we can hear is literally the music speeding up. Now, if you're my age, and I'm older than I look, you will recall these things called cassette tapes. And these cassette tapes, when you spread them up, and when you slow them down, you would have this direct correlation between speed and pitch. The faster the speed, the higher the pitch. The slower the speed, the lower the pitch. And so what's interesting, oh yeah, guts is slowed down glory. Yes, because you could hear the same chords in glory as in guts. Some very interesting chord progressions there as well. Maybe we'll pop back into glory for a moment, and I will, guts. We'll pop back into guts for a second. Wow. I had it before. Now I'm losing it. I'm not going to have you sit here while I fumble through this. But let's go ahead and, type a 1 if you want to listen to Bach. I Call to You, Lord Jesus. Because, I guess it's part of the soundtrack. All right, let's check it out. Bach. Oh, I'm glad we listened to this because this is a different version. This is not like they did with the Debussy. Oh, this is fascinating. Where is this going? Huh. Well, excluding the intro, I'm not even sure if that's no. Hey, I'd be very curious if any of you know this piece outside of the Ultrakill soundtrack. Was that a note for note rendition? Because some of the ornaments in there, some of the melismas, I was like, I'm not so sure that that's exactly how Bach. I mean, I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's exactly how Bach wrote it or not. If it is, I mean, rock on. If it's not, I'd be very curious to know what the discrepancies are. Obviously, I'm going to go listen to that on my own time. But if you know right now, I'd love to know. And if you are watching this after the fact on YouTube, please go ahead and type in the comments. Love to hear from you. That was beautiful. That was rock and roll. I know Bach is always rock and roll, but that right there, that was some sick stuff, man. That was some sick stuff. Yeah, like that. Really, that trill the whole time. Like Bach wrote that. And all there too. Really? Huh. I don't know. I'm not a classical music expert. That's never been one of my fields of expertise or strong suits, but that, I don't know, man. That was really cool, regardless. Let's check out Divine Intervention. Oh, heck yes. All right, so let's unpack some of the things that's going on in this chord progression. It's pretty cool. That right there, a very interesting movement. C minor to, we'll call it B fully diminished 7, to, again, essentially the same chord, but up. Next inversion up, over D, then to C major. So essentially what we have here is tonic area, dominant area, tonic area chords. So we have our tonic area chord is going to be our 1, which is C minor. And we're going to a dominant area chord. It's going to be a 7 fully diminished, B7 fully diminished, then to either, we could call it B fully diminished again, over D, and then to C major, the parallel major. So calling back to the second or third song we heard where we were in the key of E and we had the parallel major and minor of E showing up, here we have the parallel major and minor of C showing up. Not terribly uncommon for certain styles of classical music. Again, I'm not going to be able to tell you. That's really not my specialty. I really am interested in modern music and specialize in modern music. But I do know that that movement right there that we heard, you can find that in classical music because I have heard it before. Now, with that being said, what an interesting movement. And what do I mean by tonic area and dominant area? So a tonic area is home base. This, I'm going to play it for a minute for you. Okay, so now you're hearing this. This is 1. This is C minor. So C minor, every time we come back here, it feels like home. Now when we go here, it feels like tension. It feels like things need to move. It feels like there's just tension. We want to get back to home, increasing the tension, and then arriving back home. Yeah, I got it right the second time there. There's actually, it's different the first and second time when you play Eye of the Tiger. By the way, if you want to check out my podcast episode with the guy who wrote that song, Jim Peterick, you can check that out on my music expert, Dan Spencer channel. Pretty cool thing that I got a chance to talk to him. That was really awesome. Okay. So we broke down some of the chord progression from Divine Intervention. Now we're going to check out Disgrace and Humiliation. Let's check it out. So I think what's interesting is that this same group of instruments playing something different could make a very comforting, warm lullaby. But the notes. It creates a feeling of unsettledness. Also, this relationship here between F minor and D minor, we actually heard that a lot in the Final Fantasy VII original soundtrack. That moving a chord up and down by a minor third creates, by the way, the minor third means the distance from a D to an F, or from an F to a D. That's the distance of a minor third. We have all sorts of names for different distances between notes in music, and that happens to be the name for this particular distance. A rather unsettling, it doesn't matter what kind of type of chord you have. That minor third, especially with minor chords, creates this very, very odd feeling. So I do love very much, and we actually did check out, there's been a couple OSTs that actually use this same movement of a minor chord moved up and down by a minor third to create very interesting emotional states, because you're not really sure, like, what name do you give to this? Let me know in the chat right now, and if you're watching on YouTube, put it in the comments. What name do you, what emotion or state do these two chords evoke in your mind? What does this make you think of? How does this make you feel? Let me know in the chat. Let me see ya. Type. I see no answers yet. Put them in the chat right here. What does this make you feel? What does it make you feel? It makes me feel unsettled. What does it make you feel? Something is wrong. Dismay. Yeah. Something's off. A sense of unease. Yes. Love it. I think we're all aligned to a certain degree with how this makes us feel. It's unease, dismay, something's wrong. Yeah. We're all pretty much aligned with where we're going with this. So quite an interesting relationship. And if you're into writing music, quite an interesting thing to think about and remember and have in your toolbox to pull out to create a feeling of, well, unease. Let's check out Take Care. I know this song. Gracchus, thank you, says, Were You Foolin' by Russ Morgan. A very interesting thing called Take Care. I'm not really sure what's supposed to be happening here, but I will tell you that this piece is very interesting. We're just going to pull it back to the beginning. I'm going to try and snag the chords this time around. So we start in the key of A flat major. And then right here it changes to, I'm not quite sure what. Let's see. And 2-5-1 in C. Sorry, I'm getting turned around. All right, here we go. Two, 5-1 to 4, 4 minor, back to 1, going to 6, which now acts as 4 of the new 1, 2, 5, 1 in C, because I guess that's just the way we're doing it. So very interesting transition there from the key of A flat major, to 4, wild stuff, man. Really cool. Interesting chord progression. Let's check out the Cybergrind. Oh, heck yeah. I'm disappearing with the beat because I touched it with the beat. That's so sick. Y'all want to see a cool trick? Check this out. Playing that keyboard. All right, that was sick. No one, that was in drop G. Well, I say drop G. I'm thinking a 6-string guitar. It was likely a 7 or 8-string guitar. First of all, that was sick. Also, that's now the second piece we've heard in G minor. So we heard, hold on one second. We heard, it was In the Presence of a King. No, that was A minor. Oh, and I forget which one was G minor. Regardless, sick, 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 sick. Yeah, would not. J2O Juice says definitely would not be out of place in Doom. I agree, because the low guitars. That brings it home, man. It brings it home. That was sick. That was sick. I love that too. Ah. All right, I actually really want to learn this riff, and it's thrown me for a loop. So hold on one second. All right. If you're wondering what it looked like my whole life, because like now you see me doing a lot of these videos and I'm figuring things out on the first time through. When I can't figure things out the first time through, this is what it looks like. You break it into pieces and then you figure it out piece by piece. Oops. Ugh, I'm not going to try and do it today. It'll take too long. Maybe I can follow up the video and I can actually play it. You're going to be sitting here for a minute. All right, let's check out The Fire Is Gone. For the music box? Oh, because we heard this for piano, saxophone, and trumpet before. So there's a pretty interesting connection here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what's pretty cool here. All right, now this might be going a step too far to try and make a connection, but Yeah, nah, it's going one step too far. Never mind. That's going one step too far. I was thinking like we go all the way back to the what was the name of that? The Sanctuary in the Garden of the Mind. Technically different key. But we have this idea. Yeah, no. Too tenuous of a connection. I was thinking because the way the Garden of the Mind melody starts, that it actually is very close to, but it's not the same. It's not the same. You know, sometimes when you're looking for, when you have a hammer and you're looking for things, everything looks like a nail. I'm like, oh, connection, bang. No, that's okay. Well, what we're going to do here is we're going to pause here and we'll come back on Wednesday to do the next installment in this OST. So thank you all so very much for joining me. If you enjoyed your time here, please follow. If you would like to not receive ads, please subscribe. If you would like to support what I do and what we're all about here, listening and celebrating these video game OSTs, be providing some insight, hopefully along the way, you can go ahead and click on the About here on Twitch, and you can go to Streamlabs. And on Streamlabs, you can upvote the next OST, and that's how you can support this channel. That being said, you can also cheer bits. So if you have bits, 10,000 bits is like $10. You can do 10,000 bits and then tell me what OST you want, and I will count them up. You can join us every Friday. I do a live stream where I count up everything and show you very transparently where everything's coming from and update the list. With that being said, thank you all so very much for joining me on this very interesting ride so far into the land of Ultrakill. I can honestly say I've never heard music quite like this before, and very much looking forward to hearing the rest of what this OST has to offer. Take care, y'all. Have a fantastic, phenomenal rest of your days. Make sure you feel some joy this weekend and ask yourself how you can make someone else feel some joy. Because likely, if you have someone else feel joy, or you do something to make someone else feel joy, you too will feel joy. So let's pass the joy around, shall we? I'll pass it to you. You pass it to other people. Take care. Have a fantastic, phenomenal rest of your day. And indeed, as Return of the Space Cowboy says, stay hydrated. I'll see y'all next time. Take care and goodbye. Well, hey there. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you're watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Ultrakill original soundtrack. This is part 2. We're going to listen to a whole bunch of things. Chaos, Imperfect, and Pandemonium, which I think means we're going to have checked all the boxes. From what I understand, I've never heard this music before in my life, so everything I do talk about, teach, and play on this here guitar and sing out of this here mouth is going to be off the top of my head in the moment as we go with no prior preparation or knowledge. With that being said, let's go ahead and rock this roll with The Spinal Staircase. Hey, chat, how's it going? Hi. Well, that was very interesting. Thank you to new subscribers. It's NEXE and that frog. Turns out a hype train is close. Now, a very interesting piece to start us off with here I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. We had this very sweet melody in the beginning, but in the same way that sometimes in horror movies, children's songs are played or music boxes are played, when you put sweet melodies over ominous sounds, it sounds twice as ominous as it would have been otherwise. There's something about taking something sweet and nice and beautiful and just inverting the intentions of it. It's just like, yeah, it gives me like creepy crawlies up my spine. So who knows what is about to happen here with Chaos. So we have Chaos, Order, then we have Sunshine. Let's see what's going to happen in Chaos. I have a feeling, based off this intro, it's about to get heavy. But that's just a guess, based on the album artwork that we're looking at. Dude, this OST is insane. Okay, so someone was like, what time signature is this? Well, there's two options. It's either 5 plus 6 or it's 11. I'm going to go ahead out on a limb here and say 5 plus 6, and I'll just show you why. It's because it's... Oops. Wrong song, sorry. Alright. Wow, let's go. Here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then right there goes back to 5s and 5s. So there's a lot going on in this here piece of music. It's heavy as anything. It's delightful as anything you'd want to. Just a complete, just... It's not often I'm at a loss for words. I'm genuinely at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say. I mean, oh gosh. It's just like power, energy, aggression, sound, wall, speed, thing. Word salad. I will definitely endeavor to be more coherent. Breaking things down in the future. But like, my gosh. Yeah, speed, wall. the whole thing just feels kind of like bombastic. It's like, I feel like for the video game, it might be something where there's like a timer on a task you have to do. It just feels rushed. The whole thing feels like we have to be somewhere, and we have to be there now. And if we don't get there, we're all gonna die if we don't get it. It's like that's type of energy I'm getting off this. And it does have a timer? Yeah, well, that's what it feels like. It feels urgency. High urgency. So let's understand what's going on here to create this feeling of urgency. It's like, part of it's the speed. Part of it is the changing of the time signatures. So for an ear that's used to hearing 4/4, we never really feel like we're sitting at home. We always feel like we're being pushed into the next thing. And even like right here, it's like coming out of this guitar solo. And then the guitar solo dives down, then you have this break with like on strings, and then straight back into the insanity. Delightful music to headbang to, I'd say. And let's see if I can get you some more coherent things as we move into order. Perhaps indeed. The name of the song was Chaos, and yeah, pretty much. Let's see what I have to say about order, because I tend to have a more ordered personality, so usually I tend to have more to say about ordered things, which is an odd thing if we think about it. There you go. All right, let's check out order. All right, sick. Now, interestingly enough, not as orderful as I was expecting order to be after that chaos. This order had an element of chaos in it still. Something I'd like to break down for you, a couple things talking about the chords and the harmony here. Because, well, I'm able to make a lot more sense of this and break down for you quickly and easily than I was for the previous. So, yeah. So once it comes in here, now I'm missing one chord. Hold on one second here. So one chord. Yeah, it is sick. Okay, so it starts off essentially E minor. I'm going to tell you what these chords are implied being, what I'm like extrapolating them out to be, but really what's being played is an E5 to a C5 to an A5 to a B5. Now what this is implying is 1, 6, 4, 5. So really E minor, C major, A minor, B major, or B7. Then what's interesting is the composer takes it to a whole nother world. We enter into a new sonic universe because the next half of this progression starts with, again, E, and then it goes to F. Ooh, very interesting. Yes, so Nox Ank clearly has good ears and a little bit of music training going on, or a lot of it. Nox Ank is saying really feels like E Phrygian with lots of tritone. Yes, it does feel like E Phrygian once we get into the second half of the chord progression, but taken at face value, the first part, there are no Fs there, so we wouldn't naturally associate E Phrygian being there. Great ears, awesome job. Nox, great ears, Nox. Especially if you're doing that without an instrument, like, well done. Now, good ears. So, in the second half of this chord progression, we go from E to F, and it's really this F major 7. Now, this movement from E minor to F major 7, we've heard literally same key so many times across so many different OSTs. This one movement from E minor to F major 7 being in the key of E minor, which does indeed create room for a Phrygian sound. I think there's more to it than this. I think there's a cultural thing at play here. The first time I was ever exposed to this chord progression was in a Steve Vai song that I'm not going to remember the name. Maybe it was For the Love of God. Yeah, it was For the Love of God by Steve Vai. It was the first time I ever heard this chord progression. And it always struck me as being very odd because I'd never found music until I started doing these OST reactions that had this same chord progression in it. And sure enough, going through, we've now done, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 OSTs, however many it is. We've seen this quite a lot. So I wonder if maybe this is, and we've heard a lot coming out of Japanese OSTs, so perhaps this is, there's something about this that maybe just, I don't know, there's something going on. There's something at play here with these two chords that's deeper than just looking for the sound, because it's come up so often, especially being in the key of E minor. E minor to F major 7, we've heard this so many times in so many OSTs, literally the same key, and yes, we've heard it even more times if you extrapolate out to other keys, where we've heard some type of 1 being implied, and then we go up a half step. And really just, I've never heard that a lot until I started doing these OST reactions, so very interesting. Also thinking about the effect of Japanese culture on video games, the effect of Japanese culture on video game soundtracks, and I wonder, I don't know, but I wonder, indeed, if we can trace this chord progression some way, somehow back there, because if you look at a lot of the shred guitarists in the 80s and in the 80s and 90s, Japan was going crazy for them at this super high level where a lot of, like, Marty Friedman lives over there. Like, that's what's going on. Yeah, maybe more... Jappy Padazaki has an interesting theory as well. Maybe more cinematic music. It's quite moody. Agreed. But I think there's something interesting there. And if any of you are into doing research things, and there's a really cool video there that I'm not going to make, that maybe one of you watching this wants to make, on tracing the lineage of that chord progression as far back as you can take it. It would be a very interesting... By the way, if you make that video and it's like even halfway decent, I will 100% share it. Like, please. Make the video, tag me, let me know on social media if you make this video, and I will share it out to, you know, I don't have millions of subscribers, but it's 91,000 right now at the time of this recording on this channel and over here on Twitch. So it's like, let's do that. So, cool. An interesting look at these two chords and the relationship between these two chords and how often they've been coming up in video game music specifically, and specifically in this key. Ah, so cool, so interesting, and lovely stuff to geek out on. And I just want to reiterate that if you make a video breaking down the lineage of it, and like you happen to be right, like if you make a video and it's totally wrong, I can't help you. Make a video and it's right, and it's like, you did your research, great, we'll do it. I'll share it. I tell you what, I'm going to take this one step further. If any of you out there want to make this video and you want me to be a guest in your video, like you want to do a collaboration, let me know. If you can do a halfway decent job, let's do it. Like, whatever. As much clout or value as I bring, if it's any, it's on offer. If any of you want to make that video. All right, let's check out Sunshine Mirage. I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to start it again because I turned the volume down a little bit. I apologize. All right, here we go. It also is a little quiet as a track. Okay, so a really interesting chord progression here that feels, from everything we've heard so far, completely out of place. Like, out of place just in terms of basic pattern recognition, not out of place as in wrong. I'm just saying, like, one of these things is not like the others. You decide. Now, what's going on here is a C to a B flat. And there's some C sus4s going on there to B flat. and then it goes to A minor. A minor over G. A minor. F. A minor over G. And then right at the end. Oh, D minor? Interesting. So right at the end it goes F, F, D minor, which from a music theory perspective, essentially because it's turning around on a subdominant area. So both D minor and F major function as a they have a subdominant function in the key of C major. And so it is kind of a cooler, well, cool is subjective. It sounds cooler in a modern perspective to turn around from a subdominant area, but not always from the D minor. That's pretty interesting and cool. Nox Ank is asking some interesting music theory questions. So C Mixolydian, well, kind of, sort of. So you could use the C Mixolydian mode over the first part of the chord progression where it's going between C and B flat, indeed. But once you get to the A minor over G, while you could continue to use C Mixolydian, at that point I would recommend transitioning to either a C major, or you really think about it as being an A minor. Well, no, because we're in the key of C major. You stay in a C major scale. You could also play a C bebop scale. You could play I mean, you do whatever you want, really. It's like you can do anything. So just to give you guys a quick little sample here. So if I was to play C Mixolydian the whole time, so I'm going to stay in C Mixolydian, which means that I'm going to be playing a C, D, E, F, G, A, and a B flat, not a B natural, before going to C. And I'm going to stay in that zone for the chord progression, and let's see what happens as we head into that A minor second section. And I think you'll find that there's going to be sometimes where it works, and there's sometimes where I might not make it work. So let's see what happens. Yeah, that B flat. Now, my personal preference would be to throw in some Mixolydian and then kind of go pentatonic over that A minor. That's going to sound something like this. My goodness, I wish I could turn this up louder, but I can't. So let's pull this back again, and I'm going to play you my preference. So my preference is going to be mixing C Mixolydian with C major pentatonic, with C minor pentatonic, with C major blues, C minor blues, a C major scale, arpeggios thereof, and then that's going to be my preference. So let me show you what I would want to do. Something like that, which sounds more natural to me anyway. That wasn't the best improvisation I've ever done in my life, but it was okay. You know, a little bit of a culture shock when I switched to A minor because I was thinking about it too much. But there you go. So it's like, at some point, it's useful to break down songs and sections of songs into what mode or what scale you might use over it. And at a certain point, it's fun to just break the rules and play whatever you feel in your heart. So with that being said, we have now finished Chaos and Order. So we're going to actually head over into Imperfect Hatred, and we're going to check out this business. And we may take an intermission at some point. So we're going to start with Insert Disc 2. Let's get that rocking and rolling. Huh. Look at this out of someone opening up a jewel case. Oh, you kids don't even understand what that is. Ah. Let me tell you, back in my day, we had things called CDs. And these CDs, you could put music on them. They were these discs made out of like plastic and sometimes a little bit of metal and some other stuff. And you would write data into these discs. And then what would happen is you would have them in these cases, and we called them jewel cases. And if you spent a little extra money and you got something you really like, sometimes you'd get a double CD album. And before they figured out cheaper ways of doing this, you'd get this big bulky thing, and it would crack open on one side, and then you'd have the CD, and then you'd have the little pamphlet. So then you'd crack open the other side, and then you'd have the other CD. And then if it was like a really long thing, you'd have like 3 or 4. And then it was like, ooh, I have so many CDs. But that's all about inserting disc 2. Also, for inserting disc 2, games used to actually have to go across multiple discs, which was wild. Yeah. So, you youngins with your download the game onto my device and I'm good to go, enjoy it, and let's continue to iterate and evolve as a species. Okay, Dune Eternal. All right, let's talk about Dune Eternal. Number one, I loved it. Number two, you might have noticed that I wasn't playing guitar very much during this, even though it was a very, from a theoretical standpoint, easy guitar song. Now, what's interesting, and we found this in the first, whatever the first, what was the first one called? The Infinite Hyperdeath. We found in Infinite Hyperdeath that the guitar was being played in a way that, honestly, is foreign to me. Just like that chord progression was foreign to me until I really got into video game music some more. The way this person is playing the guitar is like when you watch AI invent new gaming strategies, it's like, oh, it's so, like the way I think about guitar is so fundamentally different from this. And I just haven't played a lot of music like this. So give me a second and I'll be able to get some of this together, but it's going to take me a moment. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get this just by listening to it. It's going to take a little bit of trial and error because I'm hearing it and it's not making immediate sense to me. Oi, piecemealing it. Lord have mercy. My goodness. All right, so we got that. That's all right. Fair enough. One down. Okay, next. Oh, let me break this down for you while I play it. This is not just, you watch me figure it out. Okay, so it's E, C, B, E, B flat, A. Really interesting, beautiful stuff. Love the riff. Let's get this next riff and I'll break it down for you. Oi. All right, boy. All right, here we go. Yeah, I was kind of messing up, but that's the basic idea. Now, this is a really, really cool riff. That right there alone is so cool. Let's put a little groove on that. I'm only really playing the first part of it there. But that's really cool. So it's going 1, 5, flat 6, 1, flat 7, flat 6. Back to 5. Power chords 3, 3, flat 2, 1. So cool. Love it. Thank you for bearing with me while I pulled that one out on the guitar because my goodness, for some reason when I was hearing it, I was like, what? So thanks for grooving with me. And let's go ahead and check out the next one. Type a 3 in the chat if you're having a good time and you enjoy it when I take the time to actually figure something out. Type a 1 in the chat if you'd prefer it that I not figure things out when I don't figure it out and you'd like me just to keep going. Also, if you're having a good time. You can also have a good time, and that can be true as well. Okay, so you guys actually like it if I can't hear something on the first time and I take time to figure it out? Like, assuming it's not going to take me an hour. It usually takes me, 1 or 2 more times through. It's not, like, boring to you? Oh, you guys dig it? Well, okay. I mean, I always endeavor to get something on the first try because I don't want to sit there and I don't want you to sit there while I'm figuring something out. But, hey. Yeah, it's music analysis, but, like, the extra time of me figuring it out, I feel like is, I don't know. I somehow have an idea in my head that that's cheating. The standard I set for myself is I want to be able to hear it on the first time and do it on the first time. So when I don't hit that, I kind of feel bad within myself, but that's okay. And I can just hold myself to that standard. When I don't hit it, it'll be all right. All right, Sands of Tide.
Man, I'm really glad. Oh.
I'm really glad they turned those guitars down at the end so we could hear what was going on a lot of the time, but really, because this is so cool. Oh my gosh, this end of the song, I'm going to play this for you again. Sounds like there's an oud in there for sure. That's O-U-D. That's an instrument. It sounds like something that might be more metallic, and I'm not sure what it is. But what I would like to... Oh, dulcimer. Good ears. Highly likely, I'd say. Good call. Great call on the dulcimer. I'd go with that. Yeah, or synth harpsichord. Yeah. Might be a synth harpsichord sounding like... made to sound like a dulcimer. Yeah, great ears on that. Great call on the dulcimer. I didn't think of that. That was awesome. Okay. I want to play this again, and I want to play guitar solo, and that's what we're going to do. So hold on, and let's see if I can navigate this. See what happens.
Well, that was something. Cool. Let's keep it going. With Dancer in Direction. Now, if you're wondering if I knew what I was doing during that solo, I most certainly did not. That was me saying, okay, I wonder what's going to happen if I just have to play over this. And so sometimes it's a fun exercise to just force yourself to play over something when you don't know the changes that are going on underneath. I got to get my guitar back in tune here because I was yanking on these strings, pulling them out of tune. But that was a lot of fun. It was cathartic. Yes, this stream will end up on YouTube. Okay, let's get this thing rocking and rolling with Dancer in the Darkness. By the way, if you guys have questions about the OST, please ask them, and I will do my best to answer them as we go. Ooh. So something I want to point out here is not the chords, not the harmony, rather the arrangement. And indeed, we've been hearing throughout this desert-themed thing here going on that there's a lot of, well, we can call them counter melodies. I like to call them different parts of things going on. I like to use simple terms to describe these things. Now, that's not to say it's wrong to call, oh, but let me make sure that Discord sound is not routing through to you guys. I just heard the Discord go beep boop, and so let me make sure that's not coming through to you guys. Okay, now what we're looking at here, and what I'm going to be pointing out to you is things that are happening behind the scenes. This is sort of like there's going to be the main actor in a. Oh, you guys heard it? Okay, sorry. Well, I got that sorted. What you're going to hear is like there's going to be part of the music that's going to feel like the main actor in a scene, and that's going to want to draw your attention to it. But here's the thing, especially in sort of large-scale movies, what really sells the actor in the scene is what's happening in the background to make it believable the actor's in this scenario. So what I'm going to be pointing out to you is not necessarily the main actor of the movie or the music. I'm going to be pointing out to you the background players here that are creating the believability and the world in which the actor is thriving and acting and doing their thing. So right here, we can hear two things going on at the same time. So how do I... There we go. Okay. So up to this point, there's really two sounds. There's this glockenspiel type sound. Maybe it's more glass. Maybe it's wood, indeed. Maybe it's more of a xylophone sound, along with vocals. Now, bong, bong, gong, bong, go, gong. We just heard in the bells there. Oh. And now it sort of sounds like gamelan way in the back is doing this completely different thing that has almost nothing to do what's happening with this melody in front. Type of one if you can hear that. Dum dum bum bum bum. Type of one if you can hear that. Type of one in the chat if you can hear. Dum bum bing bum bum. Dum bum bing bum bum. If you can't hear it, that's okay. It may take a couple more listens through to be able to hear it. By the way, I hate first time chatter, Bob or WCC. Yeah, so. And there's in bum bum bing bum bum. Bum bum bing bum. Ba-do-dee-da. Ba-do-dee-da. So right there, just, oh my gosh, the attention to detail to have this complete different instrument doing a complete different thing that, honestly, if it wasn't there, I don't know if it would take away from the music, but my gosh, is so cool having those extra details and those extra pieces of the puzzle going on in the music while you listen to it. And that's part of what brings the music alive and makes it unique. And right here, there's basically three things going on. Well, there's four. So right here, you can hear the xylophone, glockenspiel type thing, marimba maybe, like unka, 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 and you hear the vocals sing the ah, and then you can hear the bass going dong, 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 and then above that, between all three of those, there's a fourth thing happening. Sorry, those were the things that were happening there. And now that glockenspiel, marimba, xylophone thing is now getting more complex, more involved. Now piano comes in. And there's like four things happening. There's like the glockenspiel thing over here going brrrung, brrrung. Then there's the vocals, then there's the piano bass, and then There's that higher part going on there all at the same time. It all comes together to create such a unique soundscape, such a unique feeling, such a unique combination of sounds to create emotion. That being said, let's check out Duel versus Reprise, or Reprise, or Reprise. Oh, starting with a tambura, interesting. Classical Indian music, tambura drone here. Oh, the delay between the two ears of the bass. Sick. Oh yeah. Okay. Interestingly enough, of those who voted, only one person said that this was their favorite song in the OST. The reason why I asked if this is your favorite song in the OST is because easily, by far, so far, this one's my favorite too. Now, I don't know what that says about me or what that says about you. One person out there who voted for it, but hey, birds of a feather. So we're going to go ahead and keep this rocking and rolling. Now, here's a real question. For everyone who said no, by the way, if you're watching this video on demand, if you're watching this on YouTube after, let me know in the chat what your favorite song is. Now, for all of you guys who said no, this is not your favorite song, no spoilers. Just type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat if your favorite song is actually still to come. If we have not heard your favorite song yet, type a 1 in the chat if your favorite song is still to come. Type a 1. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. Oh, well, listen, if it's going to get better than that, then I'm in. Count me in, please. Now, this entire piece, I think we may have heard verses before. I honestly don't remember. It was unfortunately a week ago when I did the first part. So I don't recall. It sounds familiar. But I love the structure of this combined with the harmony, combined with a little bit of, some nice dissonance here and there. For me, this was just, grade A, top shelf, delicious, yummy. And just right there, just that move. Let's unpack that movement right there and why I think it's so cool, because I have so much to say just about these 3 chords. So these 3 chords is we have a G, F, E major. Now, why do I have so much to say about this? Well, because G, F, E major. That G turns into a G sharp when we get to the E. So basically what's happening here is that we're starting off on a G. It's flat 3, flat 2, but 1. Why I love this is for the same reason why I love switching between the parallel major and the parallel minor in songs. As many of you have heard throughout these OST reactions, if not, I'll break it down for you real quick. So basically, the name of the note that this chord starts on is E. Now, we can have different qualities of chords. A chord is when we play more than one note at the same time. A note is this. This is a note. This is a note. This is a note. This is a note. And what happens is when we play more than 2, or more than 1 really at the same time, we get what's called a chord. And so what happens is we actually have different names in music for different chords depending on how they sound. Also, how they're structured, but because I'm not going to dive into the theory of how they're structured for today, it'll just be how they sound. So we have this sound. This is kind of sad, feels like a rainy autumn day, versus this feels like happy, maybe there's sunshine. A little sad, a little happy. Now the difference is the sad sound is E minor. The happy sound is E major, and only one note is changing between the two to fundamentally change the feeling and the sound of the chords. And that is the third of the chord. And we're not going to get into the theory here too much, but just to say, E minor, E major. And so what's happening is that in the E minor, the notes that are in the E minor are E, G, and B. E, G, B. E, G, B. E, G, B. Now the notes that are in the E major are E, G sharp, B. So the E and the B stay the same. The only note that changes is the G becomes a G sharp. And so what happens here is the first chord is a G, which is cementing our ear to expect an E minor, because we're hearing this G, which is the third of the E minor. So we're going, okay, an E minor surely must be on its way. Then we go to F, but then here, there's a twist. There's not actually an E minor. That sounds all right. I mean, type a 2 in the chat if that sounds all right to you. Type a 2 if this sounds all right to you. Type a 2 in the chat if that sounds all right. Like, it might not be your favorite sound you ever heard, but, you know, it sounds okay. Right, type a 2. Right, so it sounds okay. But here's what happens
when we put an E major at the end, it fundamentally changes the emotion, the feeling, the sound of the whole thing. Listen to this. Ooh, here it is with the E minor. It's not as naughty. Like, here we go. Like, that chord progression just stole a cookie out of the cookie jar that it wasn't supposed to touch until after dinner. Whereas this chord progression, it's like, yes, mother. Yes, I will sit on the couch and be a good boy until after dinner. Right? Ooh. Makes me think of Austin Powers. I behave. Putting that E major there, it's delightful, it's delicious. So I wanted to bring that to you as a little snippet of music theory to understand that sometimes it's not about the chord you arrive on, it's about the expectations that your ears start to have, or your brain has, on your way to that end chord. And it's like watching someone doing trapeze. It's like you see them go up in the air and all of a sudden they're spinning, they're twirling, you have no idea how they're gonna land. All of a sudden the other person comes out and grabs their hands while in the middle of the air. You're like, oh my gosh. It's the same thing. It's like, how is it going to land? And sometimes the most exciting part is not the landing. The landing is exciting, but it's about how you get to the landing. It's going that. Oh, so cool. All right, let's check out Deep Blue.
Oh, right, okay. So, a really interesting song, Deep Blue. So, it starts off C minor to a G minor over B flat, hold, to a, no, to an A7, back to G minor, which in and of itself is a very interesting chord progression. Then it changes up, and it goes to E minor. And it's like this OST keeps on coming back to E minor, but it's just a really interesting chord progression to navigate through. Oh no, it was an A7, not sharp 5, but no, sharp 11. An A7 sharp 11, which kind of agrees with the C minor. You know, it keeps that E flat, or D sharp if we're thinking of it in terms of A7 sharp 11. Very, 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 very interesting. Oh, delightful. I'm actually going to take a spin over these changes because it's very interesting. I don't think I've ever played over this chord progression before in my life. Very interesting. Obviously, you know, I'm going to sort of do my best to navigate it as we go through. That E minor to the A, yeah, first inversion. So, really interesting chord progressions. Really interesting. Because at the end there, it's in E minor to E minor 7 to what is essentially A major, but really it's A major in first inversion to C to B. Ooh, so cool. Loved it. Also love playing with this pickup. I don't play with this pickup often, but I will tell you that this pickup right here, when the pickup selector switches all the way up, I've been playing with this pickup on this guitar for over 10 years, 15 years. This pickup. So I was like, I love this pickup. Gosh, I love the sound of this thing. It's very quiet compared to these others too, but I really like it. Anyway, let's get to He is the Light in My Darkness. Okay, well, a lot of interesting stuff going on, and He is the Light in My Darkness. From the arrangement to, I just love the way in this OST, songs sometimes will start quiet, and then they get real big, real exciting. It's such a wonderful journey to go on, and tells a story. So this is just wild. Right. Sorry. Essentially implying here, I'm totally messing up the chords, but I can tell you what's actually happening. We're basically going back and forth between a tonic and a dominant area. And yes, music teachers, if you just heard me say I don't know what the chords is, well, let me tell you what's happening. If you're making fun of me in the comments, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I don't know what's happening, but let me tell you what's happening. Well, music teachers and anyone with critical thinking. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. So, you know, it's essentially implying we're going from the dominant area to the tonic area, back and forth. Bum, 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 bum. I'm butchering it, paraphrasing it, but that's basically the idea. And we can hear it, sure enough, that when the music comes in, like when the beat drops, dominant, tonic, and what's happening here at a very fundamental level, to break it down at the most simple level, is essentially a tonic to dominant movement, tonic area to dominant area, which is the most fundamentally basic way most music that you hear is structured. There's a tonic area that feels like home. There's a dominant area that feels like tension, excitement, and then we come back home. And so what's wild is being able to summarize such an incredibly complex piece with so much nuance in it to just two simple ideas: tonic area, dominant area. With that being said, let's listen to one more, then let's take a quick break. Let's check out Death Odyssey, and then we're going to take a little bit of an intermission. Let's check out Death Odyssey. Here we go. All right, one more. Just such a sweet transition. And then I'll break down Death Odyssey and Death Odyssey Aftermath. Excuse me. What an interesting journey through Death Odyssey and Death Odyssey Aftermath. Even in the middle of Death Odyssey, when sort of everything dropped out, and if I was to show you like a visual representation of the amount of volume of noise, it was like rah, rah, was like Death Odyssey. And then Death Odyssey Aftermath is this beautiful, epilogue. This beautiful epilogue of the Death Odyssey story, where it's bringing back all the same ideas, all the same riffs, chord progressions, everything's coming back, but in this peaceful, thoughtful way, which really does feel like the aftermath of some incredible journey, some incredible story. And we're back. Let's rock this roll. I got myself an antihistamine. I got myself some eye drops. I got myself some ketones. I got myself some water. I'm ready to rock. I hope you're ready to rock too. Let's do this thing with The Abyss and the Serpent. Oh, heck yes. Please repeat that. Sweet. Oh, okay. All right. There are two things I want to tell you about in this particular song. The first I want to bring your attention to is just one of the most delightful things I may have ever heard. That might be one of the most delightful things I've ever heard. I'm going to play it again for you. It is. If you're not wearing headphones, please do yourself a favor and put them on, because if this audio is routing through to you correctly, as I hope it will, you should be able to hear one of the most delightful things ever. So I'm going to break this down for you. So right there, just having that like anvil hit, so cool. And that anvil hit is coming dead center at you in terms of your headphones. So here it is. And there's one E and one E and Then you hear in the left ear a little mosquito, and then in the right ear another little mosquito. Let's pull it back. Oops, sorry. Type a 2 in the chat if you could hear those little mosquitoes in your ears. Type a 2, a number 2, as in 2 electric blue. Can I play Walk by Pantera? I mean, probably. It's been years since I played Pantera. I'd have to listen to it first. Not off the top of my head there, Monkey 876786. But I'll tell you what, we're going to stay on topic for today. We're going to go through this here, original soundtrack. And then we'll see if you're still around at the end. And we can talk about Pantera. So that was the first thing I want to point out to you. The second thing, which was kind of cool that I want to bring your attention to. Right there, really fascinating little guitar lick. So now this is interesting for a number of reasons. Number one, we're pretty much in the key of C minor, so this makes sense. This is actually going 5-1. Now, we've heard 5-1 so many times, so many different contexts, so many different genres, so many different OSTs. Picking one out of a hat was Earthbound 3, Mother 3. We had the lots of ones and fives for the bad guys, but the pigs or whatever they were. Now, here, it's going 1 to 5, but 5's lower than 1. A lot of times, then up a half step. So it's essentially C minor to D flat, called major, back to C minor, to essentially 5, implying a G here. If we take it out of context of the music, we'll put it back in the context of the music in a second, because we have a G and a B, which would be the root and the third of the 5 chord. Let's pull this back a second. I couldn't hear if that was major or minor. Oh, it is minor. So it's C minor to D flat minor, back to C minor. Wonderfully wild stuff, especially because before we looked at this relationship where we'd have 1 and then flat 2 was going to be major or major 7. But no, indeed, here the quality of the chord, it's a minor to a minor, back to a minor. Delightful, interesting, something we've not heard very often. And then what's that third chord in there? Yeah, G augmented. So let's do a reggae remix on that real quick. Type of 3 for a reggae remix of Abyss and the Serpent. Type of 3 for the reggae remix. Connor Wolves is up for a good time. Alright. A little reggae, why not? The Abyss and the Serpent. Let's check out Chord of the Crooked Saints. How foreboding. All right, type it 2 if this is your favorite song. Like the ba ba doogie ba. We're hearing that rhythm in this. Guys, is it going to be this the whole time? Well, that was close to, but not quite a B flat. It was actually a little flat of a B flat. Let's check out Altars of the Apostasy. All right, real quick, just because this is now a thing that I like doing. I don't know how long I'm gonna like doing this for, but. So what's really interesting there is how it goes through. Excuse me, B flat minor. I said excuse me for the wah pedal being on. Okay, excuse my wah pedal. Excuse my wah pedal. So we have B flat minor, to B flat minor major 7, B flat minor 7, B flat minor 6. Then we call this G flat major to F, yeah, maybe minor, then like an E minor type thing, and then going back to F major at that point. Now, what's really interesting about that is, can I just tell you that the composer of this is doing things on the, like, you know, I think there's something to be said for the philosophy that the only reason you would want to make a new piece of art or a new book or a new course or a new instrument or a new OST is to add something new to the conversation that really has not been done before. Like to actually take the whole art form and push it forward. Not a whole lot, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel, but to create something new in the art form. And the way this composer's mind is working here, guys, is some next level stuff. It's some next level stuff. And they're creating new like, I don't think I ever would have done that. Ever. And this composer's laying it down. Hakita. Amazing. Incredible. So creative. And it's not an obvious thing to do. It's not an obvious thing to create something new and to be that creative. It's like it takes a lot of cognitive effort. It takes a lot of energy. Like, really. The composer is also the lead developer. Wow. That's a creative human. I don't know what to say other than that is a creative human. Like, really. Really some wild stuff. Love it. Like, a million times. Guys, a million times I've heard songs go. I've even heard them go. And then sometimes maybe even... Right, like a 2-5. Back to the 1. All the time. All the time. But to hear a song go... And even if we say it's... Even we call this secondary dominant, right? And we go, okay. Super cool stuff. Oh, so cool. Toby Fox built Megalovania around. The same idea. It's like so cool. Toby Fox did amazing, but it's like so many people do that. Rare to do this. Do, yabba dabba do. Love it. Okay, let's keep this thing going with A Fallen Angel, an adaptation of Bach BWV 639. Now you might be wondering what the BWV 639 is. It's a way to categorize Bach's work. Oh, there's different systems for categorizing it. The BWV is one system. That was sick. That was absolutely sick. That was insane. Ugh. One thing to point out to you in this. Oh my gosh, the genius piece of awesomeness. Right there. Beautiful thing you can hear Bach do. We've heard this in a couple of OSTs that were inspired by Bach. Again, I'm not a classical specialist at all. You know, I studied this stuff in school, but it's not really my interest, so I don't keep a lot of it around in my brain. It's not something I specialize in. But I can tell you that both in Shin Megami Tensei 4, in the organ themes for when you're in the churches, which was also based on that sort of Bach sound, if I'm not mistaken, you could hear similar chord progressions to what's happening right here, where it starts right here, minor, essentially 5, but yeah, diminished, parallel major right there. So it's down here. Yes, okay. Sorry. Very interesting right there. I'll play it one more time. And so right there, it starts on C minor, then to B fully diminished 7, essentially implying a G, well, not implying a G, it could very well just be a B fully diminished 7, and indeed holding the dominant area as the B fully diminished 7. Then jumping up to, which is also still technically a B fully diminished 7, but this time the F as the lowest note, and then to C major, the parallel major of C minor, coming at the end. I love it. Da, 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 da. Love it. It's then EXE has a little bit of trivia for us. It says, Dan, that entire song was written in 6 to 8 hours before release. Hakita released the MIDI version originally because he literally didn't have time to record the guitars over it. Wow. That was really cool. That was a lot of fun. What a delightful, delightful piece of music, and I'm glad I could break something down out of that for you. Okay, let's check out, we have Silence Introspection, and then we have Beethoven's 7th Symphony, 2nd movement, Allegretto, an excerpt for piano. So let's check out Silence Introspection first. Sorry. Well, a delightful piece. We're actually going to go back through this one more time. I'm sorry, I'm a little low on sleep today, and that is indeed my excuse for not picking these things up, because normally I'm a little sharper than what I am now, but we're going to rock and roll through this, so sorry if we have to do 2 listens on some of these. My brain is just not firing as it normally would. So I could be reading this wrong. I can say with 70% certainty, we have a minor to essentially a D minor over F to a D minor over E. Then back to E. And that D minor over E really is implying that dominant area. Call it an E sus, if you will. E7 sus 4 with a flat 2. Well, a delightful reprieve, if you will, from the absolute insanity that came before it. We have one more song of this, and then stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we're also going to be doing Pandemonium War. So hang out. We're going to listen to Beethoven's 7th Symphony, then we're going to check out Pandemonium. So hang out for that. Ah, Beethoven's sick, man. by far and away my favorite classical composer. And yes, we can go ahead and just umbrella that term. Favorite classical composer is Beethoven. No contest. No contest. Okay, so give me 1 second here, guys. We're just going to double check that we're all set up for success here, because I have Intro, Pandemonium, War, Lakeside Song with Song, and the level colloquially known as 4S, and Tenebre Rosso. Oh, no, this is Spanish. I'm doing French. Tenebre Rosso Sangue. Or maybe that's Latin. Okay. Okay, you should play Kagan Church after the intro song for the correct order. Oh, hey, it's Zen EXE. I just put everything together with who you are, because I didn't see, it's Zen EXE. I'm sorry, I didn't see your profile image. It's Zen EXE. Hey, how's it going? Longtime supporter of the channel, longtime supporter of everything I do. It's Zen EXE. Thank you, it's Zen EXE. Really appreciate that. Great to see ya. I'm like, the handle looks familiar, and then I saw the profile. I was like, okay, I get it. All right, cool. So just to make sure, we're gonna play Keegan Church after the intro song for the correct order. Got it. Okay, so we're gonna do intro, then we do Keegan Church. All right, here we go. So we're gonna start with intro, which is Germans forgive me. Weihnachten am Klavier. Clavier. I don't know how you would say that. It's piano in German. Weihnachten. Yeah, I think I got it. Weihnachten. I don't know. Something about night on the piano. What does it mean, Germans? Anyone here speak German can tell us what that means? Keegan, sorry. German's going to tell us what that means. Oh, Christmas? Weihnachten? Huh, Weihnachten. I forgot that meant Christmas. Thank you very much. Viele Danke. Meines Deutsches Menschen. All right, let's do this. This is wild. Heck yes. Let it drop. That is now my new favorite track on this OST. Hands down, zero contest. No question. That is just sick. Hey, if that is also your favorite, type a 4 in the chat. We haven't done a number 4 today. Type a 4 in the chat. What was it before? Before it was the verses, the revisitation of verses. Oh my gosh. ZenAXE went all the way up to 16. Oh, that frog has got jokes. Love it. Man. Oh. That was sick. That was sick. Oh my gosh. We're going to end the stream with that. We're going to come back again. I'm not going to give a reaction to it. I want to listen to that last. We're going to check out Pandemonium War, Lakeside Songbook, and the song that plays at level colloquially known as 4S. And then we're going to listen to the song one more time at the end, where I give you my reaction. Okay, let's go check out Pandemonium. I don't know. I feel like there's been more than a few songs in this OST that I finished listening to and just been like, what am I even gonna say? Well, I'll tell you something about that. That's pretty cool. That's implying a... Guys, this is so far off the beaten path. Well, okay. I mean, even right here is really interesting because we're in G major. And then it's going to A flat major, essentially. Kind of F, maybe. But really hanging out in G major. Oh, gosh, there's so much going on. I'm taking a mulligan on this one. War. So something I want to point out here, which actually happened a couple of times, maybe once before, at least once before in this OST, not this particular album, but in this OST, is changing between simple and compound meter. And I'd love to bring your attention to this, because this is a really interesting thing that fundamentally changes the feeling, the effect, the mood, the energy of the music. So right now we're in simple meter. We're going to be counting 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to turn the music down just a little bit so I can actually count over it and show you this. 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. So listen to the difference in the counting. I'm going to do this one more time, then I'll break it down for you. 3, 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 2. So what happens is that the music fundamentally shifts because the rhythm or the time, instead of being divided into 2 and 4 equal parts, which is simple meter, which must be much easier if we just call it, even meter, but it changes to be divided into 3 equal parts and then 6 equal parts, which is compound meter. Instead of counting 1 and 2 and, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, I'm adding in a second sound. I'm saying and to evenly divide the space of time between the counts of 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when we get to the compound meter, instead of 1 and, it's 1 T da. And again, these are just 2 sounds. There's a reason why I'm counting them this way. But for your understanding, it's 2 extra mouth sounds that I'm making to evenly divide the time between the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in the simple meter, it's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then we go 1 T dot, 2 T dot, 3 T dot, 4 T dot, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 T dot, 2 T dot, 3 T dot, 4 T dot. Like that. And so Sleepy Fields in the chat actually says, oh, hey, it's the transition from into the fire motif to the sands of Tide one. Yes, and I think we actually heard, I can't tell you for sure that those are the names of the motifs. I trust you've got that right. But what's interesting, we actually heard this type of transition before, and I didn't point it out. It was a couple songs ago. Some of you may notice it, but it's very, very interesting shift there, fundamentally in the music between, and indeed, 2 different motifs being in 2 different meters. Yes, 2 different time signatures, but you can have 2 time signatures that are in the same meter. For example, 2/4 and 4/4 are both simple meter. However, 6/8 and 2/4 both have 2 beats per measure, but one is in simple meter, one is in compound meter. Yeah. Altars of Apostasy. Yeah, thank you, Sheepy Fields. I think it was that. Well done, good ears, good memory. Let's check out Lakeside Songbook. Like an 8-string guitar, maybe perhaps a baritone guitar here. All right, just drop E flat maybe. Heck yes. Beautiful. Heck yes, come on, drums. I thought I heard a hi-hat, might have just been a water drop. Oh, the crows.
Hey, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Lakeside Songbook, basically 3 chords. So some of the time it was going F major to B flat major, back and forth. That's a 1 to 4. Now we've seen 1 to 4 many different times over many different sat jacks. Here we have a major 1 to major 4. F major, B flat major, back to F. And indeed, now the second way this was presented was an E to an F to an E flat back to a neutral, be 1 to a flat 7. But any way you slice it, any way you dice it, that was a delightful, very pleasant song. With that being said, let's check out the song that plays in the level colloquially known as 4S. Well, very much like what we just heard. This is interesting. I'm guessing this is a bonus level, or like something that's not... Yeah. Yeah. So this music is directly related to Lakeside Songbook. Sure, it's down a half step, and sure, it's going somewhere more than Lakeside Songbook did, but comes from the same idea. Well, it's now that time. We're going to wrap things up with Tenebrae Rosso Sangue.
We're gonna rock and roll. Let's make sure we've not missed anything. I saw someone put something in the chat a while ago. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything before we wrap this thing up. We missed anything, guys? Okay, can I find those on YouTube? Because I went and I just bought all the albums off Bandcamp. Ultra Church and Hateful are on YouTube? Okay, one moment. Let's check these out. Give me a second here. I've got to switch my audio routing around to make sure that you guys are going to hear what I do. So give me 1 second here. Okay, Google Chrome is go. Okay. So Ultra Church. Ultra Church. And that's for Ultrakill. Okay, Ultra Church, Ultrakill. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's for Keygen again. All right, let's check this out. Make sure you guys can hear that. Yes. Ooh, parallel major. Oh, sorry, not parallel major. B major. Excuse me. It's been a long day. All right, so I'm going to break down some of this chord progression here. Yeah, not this part. Yeah, so basically what's happening here is, I think we're in the key of, sorry guys, man, we've been live for almost 4 hours. Starting to lose it. We're gonna finish strong though. So here at the end, we're going D, E, to B major. Now what's really cool about this D, E, B major deal that's going on here is that, just like we talked about all the way at the beginning of this part 2, was that this D is implying that surely the next chord is not going to have a D sharp. But sure enough, it does. How cool is that? So just like we had before the G, implying that there was going to be perhaps a minor coming down the road in terms of the E chord that was going to happen, here we have the D, which is the D note, is the third of a B minor chord, and D sharp is the major third of a B. And so having this D here, sorry if I'm not doing a good job explaining this, a D, that's like implying we're going to the minor. That makes sense. But no, the change happens. We hear this D. Oh, surely it's going to be minor. We hear the E. Surely it's going to be minor. No, it's not. It's major at the end. And so it's all about navigating between the D natural and the D sharp. So if I give this a shot here. Right, and so it's all about navigating between having that D natural and then having the D sharp. Wonderful, beautiful, cool change, basically giving you that feeling of, switching between the parallel major, parallel minor, at least in sound, in context. Changing between parallel major, parallel minor. Now we're going to do one more for today, which is Hateful. Okay, Hateful Ultrakill, and we may call it there. Hateful Ultrakill. Okay, this is by Health. Okay, I hope this is it. Woo! That was a wonderful way to end the OST. As many OST reactions on this channel have ended with a vocal song. Beautiful. Loved it. That was tremendous. Thank you all so much for joining me on this journey. If you enjoyed your time here, and even if you didn't enjoy but you'd like to learn more, please go ahead and click the subscribe or the follow. And if you are on Twitch and you enjoyed yourself, please go ahead and click subscribe. If you would like to not receive any of the ads, you are on YouTube, please subscribe. You can join and become a member. Thank you all so very much for joining me on this incredible journey of Ultrakill. Thank you for asking me to do this. Thank you for joining me on this Twitch stream. Thank you for joining me if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, also known as the VOD. Thank you all so very much for joining me. It means the world to me that I get to share music with you guys, and I get to learn so much on these reactions. Like, I know we call them reactions because that's what the algorithm really clicks on, is when you call it a reaction, but it's not that. It's like, I get to learn things and then I get to share things with you guys along the way as I learn them, and it's so much fun that we get to do this format and that this format is working and that you guys are enjoying it. So thank you so very much for joining me, because I could not do this without you. So thank you, talking to you, thank you very much. Really, thank you. That being said, I will see you guys next time. Take care. Goodbye.